Counted twice. fly past me.
Hopefully someone finds a spot like that.
Glamorgan coming. Well, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, and today we're sitting amongst Somerset royalty. I'd like to welcome to the ground Mr. Joel Gardner, who really needs no introduction to people who've been following the game for a long time. He's somebody who's very special, and we're delighted to welcome you back here, Joel.
Thank you very much.
What's it feel like to be back here after, 47 years since you were first here?
Well, it is not the only time that I've been here. I came through last year. I was here a year before. Came back during World Cup. I would say that I've been coming back to Somerset ever since I stopped playing for Somerset. After I finished, I still lived here for about 2 or 3 years before I moved away up north. Played in Glastonbury, played in Oldham, played in Lancashire, and then went back home. But every time I came back to England on holiday, I don't think that the people at the ground would have seen me because they would have been hiding out in Wiveliscombe. Of all places, Wiveliscombe, yeah.
Wiveliscombe, special place.
Yeah.
A very special place.
Yeah, my very good friend, Bugsy,
Right.
he is from Wiveliscombe, and that is where I would spend a lot of my days when I come back to Somerset.
Of course, when you first came here, Closey was captain, and what do I need to say more? Have you got a few Closey memories for me?
I don't remember me a Closey, man. I think it's because of Closey that I didn't start at Somerset a little bit earlier. I decided as long as he was captain, for the few games that I played with him as captain, I worked really hard. When I say work really hard, my first game was against Australia. I bowled 3 spells before lunch, and after we went back up for lunch, he said, your turn. I said, you gotta be joking. He said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, Closey, all iron rest. And this isn't all iron. And I said, if I keep bowling like this, I won't be able to play very long. And I think that was part of the kick back to from playing for Somerset. And we actually had four or five fast bowlers or 5 quick men in the team when they played against Australia.
You did, but we had a win, didn't we?
Very
First
much
time
so,
we've ever beaten Australia.
I'd made Greg Chappell a promise as a youngster in Barbados about 5 or 6 years earlier. Australia came to the West Indies to play in a test series. And I met him outside of Kensington Oval. And I asked him for an autograph. He gave it to me and I said, I'm going to see you in the not too distant future and I'm going to torment you.
And you did?
And I did. And he looked at me and said, can't use the language that he used. When I met him, he says, yeah, you sure did.
Yeah. And then we were in the old pavilion still here, weren't we?
Old pavilion, oh my, that's a place. We used to call it the shed. We had the heat in the middle of the room. You had to get in early and pick the spot up so that you can keep yourself warm. And it was an interesting place. I think the senior boys like Merv and them used to be up the stairs. Merv and Budgie, the old fellas, but the youngsters would all be huddled downstairs around the heater.
And what about the shower unit? Or was it a bath there? Was it a big bath, wasn't it, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, but you got into you always went. I was never one, even though I don't like baths. I prefer to have a shower. So I would get in early, I'd get my shower because I knew what was going to happen when Mr. Botham got to the shower. It was going to be a madhouse.
Yeah. Still the same.
Still the same.
Still the same. Anyway, Joel, let's wind back and talk about your beginnings back in Barbados. How did you come to learn your cricket in the first place?
I don't know if it's a matter of learning it. Like all of us played cricket as young boys. My cricket started on the field behind my house. My uncle was a cricketer. We had a village team and they played cricket. While I was going to school, I was still playing village cricket rather than school cricket, and then I had to leave the village cricket and go to the school cricket. I played maybe 1 game in under 15, the very last game of the season, but that was not by my doing. The fellas told me that I was not good enough to make the team, so I never argued with them, never made any noise, never said anything, just kept playing my local cricket.
Yeah.
And then when I played the last game, I kept playing for the school. After that, though, I think the headmaster found out that I was playing for a local team as opposed to playing for the school team.
Yeah.
And that was a no-no. He said, no, you must play for the school team. So that's how he ended up playing for his school team. And then that was more or less the beginning. Junior cricket, did well at school, did well. Left school, went to work with Cable and Wireless, West Hall and Company,
Yeah.
another good works team. And it was actually enjoying my cricket with them. It was intermediate cricket, but yeah, it was one level down from the top level. But when we talk about a good club side and a good group of fellas, if you are in a happy environment, you're not too in a hurry to leave it and
No, of
go
course not.
anywhere.
No, absolutely.
So, I kept with them for about 3 years. Whilst I was with them, I was going to trials, and there was a lot of rumblings and a lot of noise, and they said to me that you can't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate. But Van Holder had done it, Malcolm Marshall had done it afterwards. I think there were only about 2 or 3 people who would have played for Barbados from intermediate. And I didn't think that it made a lot of difference because I was enjoying it. When I tell you I was enjoying it, I was really enjoying it. Like I said, good group of fellas, we were all good friends, we worked together, party together, played together, and then after the rumblings and they said I couldn't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate, I said, okay, what I'll do, I'll move, I'll go up to First Division. And I left them and I went to First Division, played First Division, played for Barbados the same year. Still doing the same things, still enjoying it, still having fun. But I always went to clubs. I always I always played for clubs that had good club life.
Yeah.
I think that is part of the success of any business. If you got workers and you got people who get on and who enjoy each other's company, it is going to be the place that you would want to be.
Yeah, yeah. And that was one of the things about the team here, wasn't it? When you, the team that you came and joined, or that we became, it was an enjoyable unit of people. You all got on so well.
Yeah, that's the funny part about it. I came over to England by chance, not by design or anything like that, because it was, like I said, it was working. I was happy working where I was, playing cricket in Barbados, and Duncan Carter said to me, Littleborough is looking for a pro. I said, thanks. I'm happy at home, I'm comfortable. I actually had permanent residence to Canada while I was growing up. Yeah. Because my family lived there.
Yes.
And my mum and my brothers, and they were all there, and I said, thanks. I'm happy playing where I am. He said, give it a try. I said, you sure that he said, yeah, you would do well, man. I said, thanks. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm happy, I'm comfortable. I don't know. I didn't resign. I actually went to Littleborough. I took vacation.
Yeah.
And I organized with some fellas from the same workplace to work for me when the vacation was up. I said I'll give it 2 months and see if I enjoyed it. If I didn't, I would come back to work. And then after about 2 months or so, I said, can't keep asking the fellas to work for me. But I always had a backup plan, because if it didn't work for me, I'd given myself 2 years in the cricket business.
Yeah.
And I said, if I didn't make it by the second year, I would have gone back home and joined the police force.
Right.
So I always had a plan.
Yeah.
I always knew that after the cricket, I was going to work anyhow.
Yeah. And of course, you were successful at Littleborough, weren't you? You had a big season that first season.
I had 3 big seasons at Littleborough, but the first 2, and I'd signed a contract for the third when I started playing with Somerset part-time.
Yeah.
But I was on one. I didn't, because I've signed with them, I said to them, I won't break the contract. What I'll do is I'll play with the contract, and then I'll make my mind up on what I'll do in the, going forward.
Yeah.
Which I think was the right thing to do, and I played with them, and I played for Somerset part-time, and closely retired, and the rest is history.
Yeah, but then you came here full-time, didn't you, in 79?
79, yeah.
But 78 we had the big disappointments, didn't we? Because we did well, because we made we made a Gillette Cup final on the Saturday.
We had a good weekend. One of the best weekends that the club would have had.
Yeah.
Disappointing, yeah, but I suppose that most of the fellas that would have never gone to
No.
that level of,
Yeah.
of cricket or excitement or final. When you think about it, you know, we had fun, and that was the beginning or the platform to go forward and do well. The disappointment was good, you know,
Yeah.
because it made them a lot harder and a lot, you know, more determined to do well going forward.
And that was a fairly young team, wasn't it, that Rosie picked
very
up,
young
really?
team, yeah. A fairly
Closey
young
had
team.
gone.
Yeah.
Apart from Derek Taylor, you're all pretty
Youngsters in the 20s.
pretty green behind the ears.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. We were all very young. And
Yeah. And then 79 was your first year here, full time, wasn't it?
yeah, that's my first full year.
And you had a big season because West Indies won the World Cup, didn't they? And beat England in the final.
You said a big season. We always have big seasons because we enjoy the cricket. Yeah, you know, winning is good, yeah, but like you go back to the environment that you're in. The reason why I think that we were successful at that level is that we were all good friends. We enjoyed each other's company. Not saying that everything always went 100%, but the good thing about it is that we enjoyed each other's company. We, you know, supported each other. So, you know, coming here, then we had a young team, which was good, and we all got on well. We used to share, like, when it came to time for us to travel, you know, we traveled 2 and 3 together, and many nights when we were wherever, we go to dinner, 2 or 3 of us would go to dinner, not always the same 2 or 3, which, you know, helped to a certain extent where we started to get to understand and get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses and good habits and bad habits, if there were any. If you want to put it down, yeah.
I'm sure there weren't any bad habits, Joel.
Nah, just drinking habits.
Oh, well, there's always some things that go with cricket, they go together.
Yeah.
But that 79 season, though, I remember the Kent quarter-final, semi-final here, wasn't it? Wasn't that the season when we were struggling at 126 for 8 or 7, and you came in and put runs on with Budgie, didn't you?
Yeah, that was. But like everything else, like you know, if excuse me, like if you're supporting each other, things will happen. And you know, if you're in a hole and you need somebody, I'm sure that if I didn't do it, the next person behind me would have done it. But you were there at the time, and you're always expected to just stick around and help. He was the senior partner at the time. I was just the junior who was there assisting.
And then, if I remember rightly, we put Kent in, and then we knocked him over for 60, didn't we? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, that was. Can't tell you all the scores, but I don't think I remember Shep saying, not in an unpleasant kind of way. He called me a few names, but I said that's the nature of the game. We here to win, and we trying to win.
Yeah. And the people here, I was here that day, and I can remember the ground was packed. I mean, people have always loved their one-day cricket down here, haven't they? And they've loved the way that we've played it.
We were always going to struggle in 3-day and 4-day cricket. When I say we Somerset, we were always going to struggle. Nobody is going to give us a chance, even to chase 300, say in 65, 70 overs. And I think that was our weakness in that. Because of the side that we had, we were always setting targets if we wanted to win. I think the highest that we would have placed in county cricket is 5th. Because nobody is going to, with Viv and Ian and Dasha and those fellas batting, nobody was going to set us a target. We always had to be batting first and then giving them a toll and trying to bowl them out. So we were never going to be winners. Not in the county championship.
No, no. We were certainly winners in one-day cricket.
Well, yeah, one-day cricket, you know what you gotta do. In three-day cricket, calls for a lot more in that. Your winning is dependent. I don't think anybody ever declared and gave us 300 runs to win in 50 overs. When you think about it, but
Yeah, exactly.
we were always the ones to declare and say, okay, you chase.
They were afraid of what our boys would do.
Very much so.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that, people don't realise that. But we did go on to win, didn't we? And we won the Gillette against Northants on the finals day that year.
You carry me back some years, man.
And then the next day, didn't have a chance to celebrate. You drove up to Trent Bridge and you played knots. John Player.
Oh, I don't remember a lot after. The Saturday night, yes, because we had to travel. I remember going up to Nottingham with Chris Greenslade, and they said, Chris, we are not going home. We are not going to drive after this game. And he said to me, you sure? He said, I'm sure that we are not going to drive anywhere after this game. And so I said, so then we came up, we left Nottingham at 11 o'clock the next day to drive back to Taunton, because they knew that we weren't going to drive, not after the night. It is like we played a final at Lord's to win. When we played the final, the fella said, Taunton is the place we want to be. I said, nah, we in London already, let's stay. The fella said, no, Taunton. You're coming on the road and you pass 13 or 14 coaches coming down the road, coming back. I said, and you made it back to Somerset and you made it back to Taunton, and that was it. You slept wherever you were for the night. You wouldn't drive again.
No, that's right. No.
Yeah. We had. I think that people down here knew how to celebrate as well. And what made it interesting too is the scrumpy and the hair. There's a hair going to Lords. I don't think that the people at Middlesex knew what hit them when Somerset were coming to a final.
Talking about cider, look, we've sorted out a brew for you there, Joel.
There you go,
Cheers.
Joel.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, you had 6 wickets at Lords against Northants, 6 for 29, and then up the road to Notts, and we won the next day and came back with 2 trophies.
2 on the weekend.
On the weekend.
The beginning of a 5-year run.
Oh, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Unbelievable. The club had waited that long. It was founded in 1875. We waited 104 years, and then we got 2.
Yep.
What did it feel to be part of that, though, Joel? I mean, with that group of boys that you sort of spent, 3 or 4 years with already, hadn't you?
But like you're happy for them because you were part of a club that that everybody saw them made. We call them the bridesmaids. They would always say, "Don't worry about Somerset. They don't win anything." And then all of a sudden, you got a young group of fellas who were keen, winning. I was glad for them because I'd also tasted success, in playing for the West Indies when we won the World Cup the year before. So it was a happy time. It was a happy time. The dressing room was a mad place. I still call it the madhouse.
Yeah.
The madhouse.
Yeah, yeah. And then 1980 you weren't here because you were touring England with the West Indies. And 81 when you came back here, we had the new pavilion over there. And that was a bit different, wasn't it?
That's interesting. You call it the new pavilion and over there. But I think that it was a given that we always held or kept or changed in the corner. In the old dressing room, you look for the heater.
Yeah, yeah.
In the new dressing room, we changed in the corner because the door to the heater was also in the corner. So and then it was Vivid. It was myself. It was Vivid. It was Hallam. So we used to be the ones closest, but the dressing room was a lot different and a lot friendlier too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
yeah.
we had good times. We had some good times.
Yeah, and I mean, and that team, really stuck together mostly, didn't it? I mean, Budgie went at the end of '79. He retired, and Derek Taylor went early '80s, but then Gardy came in, and
There weren't a lot of changes. I don't think that we had.
but most of the other people were part and parcel of the setup right the way through, weren't they?
Yeah, the nucleus of the nucleus of the team was there.
Yeah. Then of course it all sort of, I suppose, after we won the 5th title in '83. I don't think you were around for one of the seasons, and then obviously things happened. And at the end of '86, you played your last game here in '86, didn't you? Derbyshire in a John Player League.
Gee, you remember?
I do remember, because I was here that game. I remember. It was all
Derbyshire.
tinged with sadness, because you three lads were going to disappear.
Yeah, well, I went past all of that. Or maybe a year after it was all over. I just put it behind me. It's part of life. You move on. You don't keep things that happen that don't make sense. And I always knew that when I got to 35 that I don't see myself running around and playing cricket again. Not as a fast bowler.
No.
And I was close to 35, so
Yeah.
I wasn't really too worried. I just went back to the leagues just so I don't even know why I went back to the leagues. They kept saying to me, come and play. But by then, my body was taking a battering, so.
Yeah. But you came back here in '93 with Glastonbury. I mean, I can remember you playing against Taunton. I was playing at Taunton then, and playing against you. And yeah, that was even in those days. It was quite an eye opener.
Yeah, but I don't even know why I was playing, because I said to the fellas, I'm finished. I was over 40 at the time, and the fellas said to me, no, come and play. I said, old men don't play cricket. And if part of the confusion is that you played on the Saturday or you played on the Sunday, and then you had to recover. You had to recover Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You spent those 4 days recovering, and then you said, you mean they're going back to do the same nonsense again on the weekend? You go back and you take the 4 days. I said, nah. Body can't take this.
But again, you enjoyed your time, because I know you did, because you were great company when you were locally here playing cricket again.
But it is like to me, cricket is like work. If you go to work and you don't enjoy it, or you got a job and you don't enjoy it, you look for another one. And if you play cricket and you don't enjoy it, you look for another job. So why am I going to go and play cricket if I'm not enjoying it? So, I have no regrets whatsoever when I was playing the cricket. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it all over again.
You'd come to Somerset all over again.
All over again. Well, put it this way, when I was talking to Somerset, or when I had more or less agreed, when I was playing part-time for Somerset, Lancashire offered me a contract. I started laughing, because I used to go to Lancashire during the day, during the week, and go to the nets. They weren't interested. And then the chairman said to me, it's a privilege to play for Lancashire. I said, you gotta be kidding me. You had first opportunity, none of you were interested. Clive was away with the West Indies team when I was going there. I think only 2 people, Peter Lever. Yeah, that's his name, fast bowler.
Yes, it was. He's still around.
Peter Lever and Farouk Engineer were the only 2 people who actually talked to me when I was there. I was like, you walk into this club to play cricket? Well, I was around here for a whole year and nothing was happening. These are the only 2 people who ever spoke to me when they got to the nets.
So how did you end up coming down here? How did that all come about?
I don't know, but what I could tell you is that I'm sure that I might have been playing in a test match. And Viv said to me, there's a man called Lane Creed who wants to talk to you. I said, right. Lane Creed?
Yeah.
He said, yeah, you want to talk to you. He wonder if you were interested in playing cricket for Somerset. I said, I think about that, Smokey. He said, he's here, he's in Barbados, and he's going to talk to you. I said, no problem. And I had a word with Lane Creed, and I said to him, I'm already playing cricket up in the north. And he said to me, You should come to Somerset and see what it's like. I said, I should come to Somerset and see. But I'm already playing cricket up in the north. Well, he said, no, you'll like it. But then Viv said to me, "Doc, it's a good place to be." And I said, all right, we'll see. And then Lane Creed was talking to my chairman at Littleborough, Fred Hammer.
Yeah.
And he told him we're talking that they didn't know. And Fred just turned to me, he said, you're going to Somerset to play cricket? I said, Fred, I haven't made up my mind yet if I want to play cricket in Somerset or not. He said, well, the chairman is calling me and make your mind up. I said, but I got a contract with you. He said, I know you got a contract with me. But he's in my ears every day. And I said, well, good luck to you and him. And I like Fred, regardless of what. I think I got home well with most of the chairmen at the clubs that I played cricket because they understood me. I wasn't really hard and fast, serious about.
Yeah.
You know, I just took things as it came along.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And when I played against Australia, maybe 12 or 14 people from up north came down to watch the game as well.
Did they?
Yeah. Yeah, came to watch the game.
Wherever you've gone, you've made friends, haven't you? But through sport you do.
But that's part of life. If you play a sport and you don't have any friends when you finish playing, you would have wasted all of the time that you played.
Absolutely.
And all of my friends are not from the cricket. They're people around the cricket.
Yeah.
Take Bugsy for example. Bugsy is a mechanic by profession.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're like this. You know, Chris is a chef and a publican, Chris Greenslade.
Yeah.
And we're like this. We talk on the phone, we meet up, we have a few drinks, we enjoy each other's company. They came on holiday to Barbados, and we enjoy, we have a few.
Few Thatchers over here, there'd be red stripe over there.
Yeah, I drink any and everything. I'm not worried when it comes to I'm not too partial when it comes to things.
Well, Joel, we've talked a long time. Well, I will say what I think everybody else would say. Thank you for coming to join Somerset in the first place, and thank you for all the pleasure that you've brought to Somerset fans over the years. And it's great that you've come and talking to us today. Thank you so much for your time.
It's my pleasure. I wouldn't do anything differently. I'll keep coming back to Somerset. Brought my family to Somerset. They've enjoyed being in Somerset. Despite what people might think, they all have fond memories of the place.
Wonderful.
And like I said, if I had to do it, I'd do it all over again. I'd come back to Somerset as a youngster and play here again.
Thanks, Joel. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, from the Cooper Associates County Ground. Got a little bit of commentary for an hour or so from myself, and I'm joined with Ian Shepherd from Always Look on the Bright Side of Life.
Good afternoon, Ben. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a good, entertaining morning of cricket. Tom Lammonby stroking a very graceful century, accelerated from 50 up to 100 very quickly, taking advantage of the short leg side boundary, giving Mason Crane a bit of stick into the seats. He's retired at lunch. Lewis Goldsworthy has replaced him. The score was 225 for 4. Tom Abel is not out on 70. A typical Tom Abel-esque innings this morning, I thought, just accumulated. Very low risk, playing the ball late, popping the ball into gaps, and punishing the bad ball when it arrived.
Slightly better conditions for cricket than it was yesterday. Yesterday the wind was a real challenge for both sets of players, but it's still not. Still wouldn't call it perfect conditions, but
it's cold. It's very cold out there. It's not just cold for cricket; it is cold. There's a few hardy souls I can see down there on Gimlet Hill, wrapped up warm with their thermoses and their coffees, trying to stave off the cold. Yeah, very brave of those players being out there. I wouldn't want to stop a cricket ball being hammered at me with chilly hands. I think you can see to a man they've all pretty much got their hands in their pockets between deliveries as Goldsworthy just knocks that one onto the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, we saw Tom Kohler-Cadmore in the slips yesterday take a blow to the finger, and luckily it looks to have been all sorted, but it must have been incredibly painful in those conditions to be in the slips and take one on the end of the finger. So yeah, touch wood, he looks okay, but never pleasant.
Painful enough when it's 30 degrees, let alone when it's when the temperature's in single figures. I do like the look of those sort of tubes that I saw TKC was wearing one. Craigo had one on as well. Just sort of like a belt when it's got like a towel tube you can put your hands in. I'm going to have a look for one of those. A very, very useful addition to the kit bag, particularly at this time of year. Lots of pre-season games going on around, and March can be, well, it can be any sort of weather come March.
Yeah, we can see the wind sort of howling, starting to howl. The weather forecast did suggest the wind was going to pick up this afternoon, so we may well see a return to those conditions that we had yesterday, but for now.
Just had a few messages come in. One from Jamie. I think Jamie's still in Bermuda. Good to hear from you, mate. Looking forward to seeing you on a trip back this season sometime.
Yeah, welcome to everyone who's been tuning in over the last 3 days as we get practice, get our setup ready for the domestic summer here at Somerset. Lots of new faces in the stream team this year, so the reason why you're not seeing a completely full production over these 3 days is we bring in our new camera operatives that are on our internship scheme. So so we've got this year Shika and Matthew with us. So they've been spending some great time with Neil, who looks after our camera work, on learning all the ways and wonders of the Somerset live stream. So yeah, it's been great. It's been really good 3 days getting practice ready for the championship season, and yeah, really looking forward to.
Has all the kits survived the winter? I know last season you had a bit of a catastrophic failure with one of your computers that needed an urgent last-minute repair.
Yeah, touch wood. We're in a pretty good place. Like, there's a few bits and pieces that naturally, like we turn these things off in September, and sort of we still kind of have a little bit of a play around during the winter just to make sure. But you're always, we're not a Sky Sports that use this equipment every week, so you're always a little bit kind of nervous when you get around to these games. I remember a few years ago we used to have 3 or 4 warm-up games to kind of get ready for the season. So yeah, just 3 days of cricket and sort of new staff and ready to go, really. But
I just saying I was talking to Spencer earlier. I was like, so who's the new Will then, and who's the new Lily? And
yeah, we've had a few got a new team, which is great, exciting. Lots. It's going to be a great summer, and yeah, we're using these 3 days to just practice on all the cameras, to practice the audio. Hence, commentary for it's pretty sporadic. We're just essentially working on processes regarding directing, producing, and making sure the audio works and things like that. So yeah, for those that have been tuning in, thank you so much. Really appreciate you watching this game. It's been hopefully get us right up to speed, ready to go on Friday.
Say the players are getting themselves tuned for Friday, and the digital team are the same as well.
Yeah, and I think that it's been a pretty good kind of, despite the conditions being as they are, but we haven't had much rain, so boys have been able to get out there and actually get some miles under the legs and get some batting practice and bowling practice underway. So
you sound like the coaches now there, Ben. It's been a worthwhile exercise. Get miles in the legs. Yeah.
It's been interesting to see Glamorgan have looked impressive. They're coming in to Division 1, and we see history tells us that teams that come up often come in with a lot of confidence. So Glamorgan have looked a very well organised outfit. And,
yeah, I thought I didn't come up on Friday because the weather forecast looked pretty dreadful, and as it transpired, we didn't have a single drop of rain throughout the whole day. But I thought the Glamorgan new ball attack really exploited the conditions well on Friday morning, and I think that the pitches that Somerset are kind of holding true is again to how they played in previous seasons. They look pretty green, pretty lively on the first day, and that's normally the best time to bowl, and I expect that's why Somerset decided to bat first, just to give themselves a little bit of an extra test.
Yeah, we've not seen the pitch do all. I mean, it's been a good. Big shout out to Nick Pepper and his team to get a pitch that looks like this. That doesn't look like a March wicket. No. It's a fantastic effort to get a pitch that looks like it does, and it's played really nicely. I'm sure it's players will say it's a little bit slow and in tight patches, but you're going to get that at this time of year. But on the whole, it's been a good cricket wicket.
I can't believe how well the ground looks. I mean, that's why Nick and his team put all the hard work in, why the club has invested all the money in the drainage and the various renovations that the outfield has had over the last few years. Is when you do have a really wet winter like we had, you turn up here in March and it, if anything, you could say it potentially looks a little bit too dry. There's still a couple of sort of bare sandy patches down there, but it looks on the whole absolutely magnificent. And I'm surprised. Well, not surprised, because that's why you put the investment and the money in. It looks a picture up here. It really does.
Very short boundary over there for the right-handers to go into the Somerset stand. So Tom Mabel's taken some advantage of that in his innings so far. But Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think if we were looking at this scene maybe 5 or 6 years ago with the rain that
Yeah,
we
do
had,
you remember the beach as well?
Yeah,
And I know that's not the rain, but certainly down in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion down there, we had a lake down there for a number of weeks, and it was really bad. But yeah, now it's absolutely fantastic. Now it's all been sorted.
It looks good. Yeah, it's been excellent, really. So yeah, I think definitely we're well shaped to be able to get underway with a decent pitch on Friday.
Looking ahead for the rest of this game, then, Ben, bearing in mind that this is only a pre-season friendly, and the guys probably won't want to overexert themselves. Both Glamorgan and Somerset before Friday. But you do want to keep yourselves sharp. How would you be sort of looking to set this game up after tea?
I think history tells us that there won't be a game set up. I think we've seen friendlies of this nature over the past few years, and there's never really been much of an attempt by either sides that have been playing to kind of try and set up a match play scenario. Because I think if you were looking at that, you'd say that Somerset might well get another, back for another couple of hours, and then maybe have a little go and have a go with the new ball and see what happens. But that hasn't tended to be the case. My hunch will be that they'll want us to get as much batting as they can. I think Tom will probably not look to stay out there too much longer if he wasn't dismissed. But it'd be good for Lewis Goldsworthy and Lewis Gregory, and I'd like to have some time in the middle.
I just think while you're all out there, you could without a lot of effort, you could set up 180, 190 in the 30 overs after tea, which is, with that short boundary is not an insurmountable target. It just might give you just a little bit of an edge, just to keep yourself sharp, not necessarily overexert yourself and go hell for leather trying to defend that or bowl Glamorgan out in 30 overs. But it would just add a little bit of meaning and a little bit of a little bit of an edge to that last bit of the game, rather than sort of you going into Friday just having kind of drifted to the game, just sort of drifted to a kind of a pretty boring conclusion.
Yeah, we see on the scorecard there, Tom Abel's faced 124 balls, so he's not far off what Tom Lammonby's faced. So, I'm not sure what else Tom Abel's really going to get out of this. So I don't think that probably try and get to 3 figures, but I don't see him being out there too much longer. But yeah, I mean, there's certain merit to having a think that way, isn't there? About whether a side wants to try and gain a bit of a psychological advantage over the other, but and give yourself a boost heading into Friday. But I think that they will also not want to overburden their legs. They probably would have had an idea that they might get 2 days of the 3, given the time of year. So the fact they've had pretty much all 3 days, probably they don't want to overclock in from a miles point of view at this stage of the year. So I think this game may well just peter out, and whether Somerset have another go with the ball, I think they probably will. But I wouldn't imagine it'd be much more than an hour or two.
Always giving him. Ooh, looked a bit leg side-ish from up here.
Well, it looked like it. We have to sort of caveat this that the wicket's quite a long way over, so we're not exactly in line.
We're sort of a wideish long on here to the right hander.
And also you'll see on the cameras that you'll see on the replay here that we're not actually be able to get behind the wicket either. So I mean it did turn a little bit, but very, very hard to judge LBWs. So again, this is part of the pre-season tell for us, is that if you were to look at our view, we're right over towards the Somerset stand, so that this doesn't actually fit on our gantry to be able to get in line with the ball. So it's quite really difficult to judge. Just have another look at that replay just to slow it down and see what we've got. It has spun I think that's
it's difficult to say.
it's difficult to say. I mean, he's back in his crease, so I think that's probably a fair enough call.
And of course, with this being a friendly game, there was been absolutely nothing to stop Lewis Goldsworthy just walking halfway off and thinking, hold on a minute, I'd fancy another go here. Turning back and taking guard again.
Yeah, just having another look at that. Yeah, he has spun. And I think we have seen the odd one. The odd one spin.
Yeah, Josh Thomas. Oh, yeah, we just seen it through from the NV Play camera, the fix on it. Yeah, it's a pretty good shout. Yeah, Josh Thomas bowled. Was it all sound through the gate with one that seemed to really grip?
I mean, I think this is, this will be encouragement for, for Nick and his team that, if we can find pitches that can support some spin this early on in the season. Good. I'm sure Mr. Leach will be looking on and seeing what will be available for him in these first few weeks.
Definitely. Well, it is. Speaking of Josh Thomas, he has come back in at 7. So we now have a left-hand, right-hand combination. Callaway switches to around the wicket. Remember a couple of years ago when Tom Banton came back in, the software couldn't cope with a batter coming back in to have another go, and
yes.
I remember that the scoreboard was doing all sorts of hieroglyphics and things on it. His poor old Polly was trying to get it all sorted.
These games can cause behind-the-scenes carnage. People may well have seen a scorecard from the Surrey game the other day where they were 650 for 17 or something at the close of day one, and these things can cause headaches for people that work on the data side of things such as scoring and analyst work and things like that.
The good news is that these probably aren't going to be going into any sort of record books. So.
Just having a look at the Glamorgan bowling, shared around, of course, with what they've got. Combination of seam and spin. Tim van der Gusen bowled very well with a new ball. Picked up a couple of wickets. Tom Kohler-Cadmore was bowled, and Josh Thomas also. But it's certainly the pitch now is fairly slow. So we can see that with the field settings that we've got. There's only one slip in place. Ball's 52 overs old. So I think that they're in that sort of mindset of the grind at this point, Glamorgan, in terms of trying to just bowl. They call it bowling dry, don't they? And
I suppose looking at that as well, there will be times, we talked about setting up a game after tea, but then there will also be times where, you do have to sit in and as you say, just bowl dry and just try and put a little pressure on the batters. It sounds like they've got the Isle of Man TT going on in the streets of Taunton at the moment. I don't know if you can hear that on the effects microphone.
See Sean Dixon down in front of us. He batted well in Glamorgan's innings.
He did, as did his other former Somerset man, Eddie Byram. Made 100 before he retired as well.
Yeah, it was great to see Eddie. Always a very welcome returnee to Taunton, as will Sean, I'm sure. But Eddie came up and had a chat with us after scoring his 100 yesterday. Came up and met myself and Spencer, and we had a good little catch up. So great to see. Eddie's still very connected with the Taunton community. I know he keeps in touch with a fair few people down here still. So always a very popular member of the Somerset squad whilst he was here, and it's great to see him do well for Glamorgan.
Absolutely.
So just looking at this field now, there looks like a silly mid-on come in to join a short cover, which sort of gives you the indication of the type of wicket we're now sort of seeing this evolve into. So looking at sort of chip shots that are just the slowness of the pitch to deceive the batter.
Yeah, a little bit of a funky feel, just to prey on the batter's mind more than anything. If he sees the two guys up close, he thinks, well, what's he going to be bowling to me to try and get me to play that sort of shot up in the air? Just gives you something else to think about, which sometimes can be just be enough. I don't remember Sean Dixon ever fielding down a fine leg for Somerset.
No, he's
normally in the covers, wasn't he? Patrolling the covers.
Yeah, he's a good fielder.
Very good fielder. I remember a catch he took against, well, several good catches. One that stands out is against Notts, I think, in the Championship. It was just over towards
just
there.
Over,
yeah,
he was running back.
Yeah, towards the end of the day.
I want to say it was Ben Slater. But it's, he's a good fielder, Sean. It's like leading edge there.
Yeah. I was just going home, so I kind of made my way down, and I was just sort of, it might be the last over the day. And a really good view of it.
Morgan bowler. Oh, Hassan, hands on the head there. It looks like if that would have missed the leading edge, he would have been appealing for an LB debut.
See tractor driver in the background there with his maroon Somerset hat on, gloves,
always a very
thick
popular,
coat.
Always a very popular addition to a match day here at Taunton.
Absolutely, they say it's. I think it's the cuckoo for spring and then tractor for summer.
We caught up with Tractor on our YouTube channel. We've been doing a series of speaking to certain fans and people, which we're going to be continuing throughout the summer. So there's a great piece on YouTube with Tractor. It was a fantastic. It was a great afternoon going to meet Tractor in the Ring of Bells.
Was it just an afternoon, or did it kind of drag on to the evening and then end up?
Well, Matt, the owner of the Ring of Bells, very kindly gave Tractor a beverage to help aid the shots, and the B-roll footage. So
when you say the shots, do you mean the camera shots or the other kind?
So it's interesting. We've got Ben Callaway here, who can bowl, of course, with his left and his right arm. Been exclusively dealing right arm off spin so far in this match. Hasn't attempted to bowl left arm spin to the right handers so far. He's a tidy bowler.
He certainly is. So you're Josh Thomas now. You've had a couple of low scores. What's your sort of, what are you thinking you need to do now? Are you just got to try and bat for an hour, or do you think I need to try and get positive? Are you thinking about the way you got out both innings? You chopped on to balls that you were sort of playing with a diagonal bat. Do you think I need to try and maybe just not do that for an hour? Or
yeah,
I mean, if it was me, I'd just be thinking I just need to bat normally. I just need to put myself in the, forget that it's 232 for 5. If I'm going to be opening the bat, I need to kind of put that in my mindset. That's what I'm doing. Straight bat, zero risk, and punish the bad ball.
I think he'll just want to. Well, he won't want to.
He won't want to snick off down the leg side.
He won't want to get strangled down the leg side.
I mean, that's
for certain.
Not something you're going to experience as an opening bat too many times in your career, facing Ben Callaway when you first go to the crease.
We'll have a little look at replay after this ball. But I think he'll just want to bat time. Really, I think he'll just he won't care about the scoreboard. He'll just want to be out there with Tom Abel to continue to his journey in red ball cricket professionally. Really, I think that obviously came in, had a great match at Chelmsford the back end of last season. So has put himself right up there to be in with a shout of playing on Friday. So if I was Josh Thomas, I'd want to be 50 not out and say, look, this is the last innings that I've got to showcase why I should be playing on Friday, and I'd want to be walking off there not out and saying, well, I've given myself all the opportunity to do so.
Without a doubt. I've got the YouTube comments up on my screen, and so if you do have any questions for myself or Ben, not just about the game that's happening out there, but anything that you want to sort of get an update of as to what's been going on at the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton over the winter, please do pop them in and we'll do our best to answer them. I'm just going to say straight away that I've not heard any rumours about a second overseas signing yet.
Yes, I mean, and also it's the club's media day tomorrow, so there will be the opening press conference that will be bringing to you on YouTube. So yeah, tomorrow evening that should be live. So I'm sure there'll be some questions put to the club's coaching staff around updates around playing squads. So do stay tuned in on that, and there'll be some updates.
If there is a bombshell announcement, I expect it'll be leaked out of that room before you've got the chance to get it up on YouTube. But always well worth looking out for that. Ooh, speaking of Josh Thomas there.
How about Glamorgan? How do you see them adapting to life in Division 1?
Well, I think about your point earlier about sides that have come up generally have the momentum of having, obviously you've got promoters. You've had a really good season the year before, so your squad's buzzing. Acer Tribe's reputation is sort of burgeoning. Wintering with the England Lions, he's a great talented player. They've recruited well. I think I fancy them for the Blast as an each way bet. I really do. I think obviously signing Sean Dixon is a great signing for them. They'll have Tribe. Ned Leonard seems to be turning into a better T20 bowler year on year. Kieran Carlson, we know what he can do, and they've signed, is it Nathan McAndrew they've signed as well? So I think they're going to be a dark horses for the Blast. So I wouldn't, if you fancy some advice, I'm not the world's greatest punter, do have a Bob each way on Glamorgan for the Vitality Blast.
Yeah, they've signed Ryan Hadley from an Australian who's from New South Wales, who's coming in for the county championship. I think the bowling is, that's where that's where your final league table position is likely going to be determined. If you're Glamorgan, I think that batting wise, I think there's talent there, isn't there? Carlson, Dixon coming in, can he make it really work in red ball cricket? That he'll be determined to do
Byram
so.
as well. Eddie's always had talent. He's just never quite got the numbers to back it up.
Ooh, that's an edge. Slightly streaky from Josh Thomas, but picks up a boundary, moves him on to 6.
Are we adding that on to his? We got a duck. Yeah. So 6 plus 0, so 6 off 21
Just
balls.
have a look on the replay. Sort of thick his edge, wasn't it?
It's kind of his area, isn't it? He does when he drives. He doesn't sort of go straight. It's more squarish. He tends to go sort of between cover and point rather than straight back down the ground. We've got a couple more in close now. We've got 3 short covers, 2 short mid wickets.
Yeah. You look at this field set, it is a very sort of a funky field that we've got now. Looks to be a little issue on our score overlay as well. So Josh Thomas is actually on 6, not 0, but I'm sure that will sort itself out. But yeah, I think Glamorgan have got, momentum is is always a good thing to have, and particularly the way the championship is set up in sort of these blocks of, if you get on a bit of a roll, you can easily see yourself winning a couple of games and putting yourself into a position where you're going to be in for a good season. So yeah, I think it's the pace bowling.
Yeah,
I think that's where I think across the country actually that it'll be the teams who have the most effective pace bowling early on. From Somerset's point of view, can Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory.
We got a question about that is, well, Askham says, how do we overcome having the weakest fast bowler? I wouldn't say we've got the weakest fast bowling division lineup in Division 1. I wholeheartedly disagree with that 100%. I think it's massive opportunity for the likes of Alfie Ogborn, JT Langridge and James Senior and Kean Roberts, I think.
See that ball just bounce a little bit as well. I mean, there's certainly something here for Callaway.
Definitely.
Just wondering if he will come and bowl left arm.
Just turning it away from the right-handed Tom Abel.
Just bounced a little bit and sharp work behind the stumps. Yeah, I mean, I think Somerset, Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory are very, very proven performers. But they need support. They do need support, and that's where going to be the success of Somerset's seam bowling this year will be. I think how many people they can keep fit.
Yeah.
Can they keep Craig, Lewis, Miguel? Can they keep them fit? Jake Ball, there's options there, and I think Alfie.
What we don't want to see is in 18 months' time or whatever, other clubs coming after Alfie Ogborn saying, "Look, you're not getting a game at Somerset. Come and play for us." We need, these. I mean, we saw how well he bowled that in the first innings. That ball he bowled to, knock over Ace of Tribes off stump was an absolute jaffer. The lad is really talented.
Yeah, and I think he's put on a yard of pace over the winter as well. I think his action looks slightly, just have, albeit a brief look at him in this game, his action looks slightly tweaked from when I saw him last summer. So he's clearly been. I know he's been working really hard over the winter with the coaches. So I think what you don't want is a situation where Alfie Ogborn is being asked to do too much too soon.
Yeah.
I think that's the success of the succession planning in first-class cricket is bringing bowlers in Division 1 in particular through gradually. There are very few examples of fast bowlers just coming onto the scene and taking 50 wickets year on year on year on year. It is a process. You need to build your squad and your makeup of your bowling lineup around that intention on bringing young people through, but doing it in a careful way, because you want to win games of cricket and you want bowlers to develop. And Alfie's now probably at that point where he's ready to take that next step. It feels, and so I think that it's going to be a big season for Alfie.
And there's lots of bowling in that Somerset 11 as well. If this is more or less the 11 that takes the field on Good Friday in a few days' time, you could probably say Miguel Pretorius, who I think is arriving tomorrow, he'll be in the 11, and then say Josh Shaw and Jake Ball miss out and Alfie Ogborn's in. You've got a lot of bowling around in that side where you don't have to put the pressure on Alfie to say, you have got to deliver because you are part of a three-man seam attack with Jack Leach as your spinner and no other bowling. There's a lot of bowling around in that side where you can just give Alfie the ball. If it doesn't come off for him, it doesn't really matter. You can just rotate.
So we see Mason Crane back into the attack from the Botham end. Floodlight's still on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's still a little bit murky. I don't think we're any major danger of going off a bad light. I'm sure both sets of players will still want to be out there. But I think I think injuries are crucial to this.
Yeah.
I think that if you had injuries, you're often forced to play players that maybe aren't ready to play as much as and the schedule is very demanding as well. Is Alfie ready to play 8 championship games in a row? We'll find out. But he's been conditioned and trained up to the point where he's probably able to do that. So.
Quick one from Crane. He wish he'd bowled this end to Tom Lammerby, having that really big leg side boundary rather than the shorter one towards the Somerset stand, which Lammerby took advantage of before lunch on his way to a lovely 100.
anticipating a good crowd coming in on Friday. It's always one thing you look out in the fixture list to see whether you start your championship campaign at home, and I think it's a great fixture to have the county champions coming to Taunton, as we can see here on the screen. Notts coming, champions are in town, big game, and there's going to be a good crowd expected. So hopefully the weather plays ball, but tickets are still available if you're looking to come down and watch some cricket over the Easter weekend. We've got a Easter egg hunt for the kids, if kids for £1 as well. So if you're looking for something.
What about middle-aged? Do we get to go in the middle-aged men like me? Do we get the Easter egg hunt as well?
I'm told, I'm reliably informed the Easter egg hunt will be available for all ages.
Oh, good to hear. Good to hear.
But yeah, it should be a really nice fixture to kick off the season with. So it'd be great to see as many people as we can. Let's get a good atmosphere, get cheering the boys on, because starting early, setting the tone early and getting a win on the board early is massively important for Somerset. So it'd be great to see as many people come down and cheer on as possible. But if you can't make it, we obviously have the live stream as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Talking about sort of the start of the seasons, that Worcester game last season, how it really knocked the stuffing out of the fellas, you know, feeling like a defeat, that draw, and then it just kind of knocked on to the away games at Sussex and Surrey afterwards, where it just took so much out of them, they weren't able to lift themselves again. So you're right, getting a win early, getting that momentum is absolutely vital.
And you know, the fixture list has been fairly repetitive in the fact we've got this home game, and then we're off to Chelmsford and Utilita Bowl, I believe. Yeah. So 2 really tough, fixtures away from home after this game on Friday. So it does feel extra important that Somerset get off to a good start. Yeah. And even if that's not necessarily, obviously great for Somerset perspective to win the game, but I think that the momentum is really important to kind of not go into that Essex game with.
Yeah, all about momentum. I mean, if it is it will be a real statement win as well to knock over the champions' first game of the season. But as you say, a performance that you can take a lot of positives from. Can sometimes be just as valuable as a win if it leads you on to better things.
Nice and solid from Josh Thomas. He's on 8.
Hardy folk on Gimlet Hill, all wrapped up warm there. Tractor with his gloves on, with his pint of cider in hand.
I don my hat to anyone who's on Gimlet Hill today. It must be very, very, very cold. So, but yeah, fantastic to see some people come down for these friendly games.
Yeah, still free to get in here at the Cooper Associates County Ground if you have finished your Sunday lunch and fancy wrapping up warm and coming and watching a bit of cricket for the rest of your Sunday.
Yeah, I think we're likely to hopefully get a few more hours in. I think scheduled to end of play at 6 o'clock, but might see light, a slight close to that. But I would imagine we've got a little while left. Yeah, if people were looking to come down, feel free to.
Just good. Jenny Pengelly says, are all the matches going to be live streamed? I think all the ones that on Sky will be.
Yeah, absolutely, Jenny. Yeah, will be all the streams are from the home side. So when we travel away, it will be the responsibility of the home team. But all the games from here in Taunton, both men and women's cricket, if they're not on TV, they'll be right here on the Somerset YouTube channel, which you can tune in and watch. We'll have we've got a full complement of commentators. We've got Pete Trigo, Vic Marks, Harry Everett, Charlie Taylor and Sam Darling with us, and Sophie Luff's with us too on the Notts games. So yeah, we've got our full complement of commentators back up on Friday. I know Peter Trigo's really raring to go. He loves commentating on the Notts game, having played for them for a couple of years.
The Pete Trigo derby kicking off the season. And the women have got a few games at Outgrounds, haven't they? So I guess they'll still be live streamed, but it might not be the full service you get here at Taunton.
We're not really set up for outground cricket here. We haven't played too many games, but we last year played a couple of games at Taunton Vale for the women's team, and we got a set up there. Now we're starting to build out a second sort of live stream setup that we can take remotely anywhere. So last year was the first part of that process. So yeah, definitely be live streaming at Taunton Vale again this year. We also have, for the first time, we have some Metro Bank women's games at Exmouth. So just working with Exmouth to see what's possible down there. A lot of these things are dependent on things like Wi-Fi and infrastructure. So we will definitely be trying our best to get those games live and get streams up and running. Sometimes it's more difficult than others, but Taunton Vale has been great last year. Like, we managed to get some setup put down on there. We had one game where it was very wet, where we had a lot of rain coming in. We had to sort of put tarpaulin on all of our equipment, which was just fun. So not quite the same as it is here, but
wasn't it Essex game at Taunton Vale, the first women's game where you couldn't get the cameras working either end, and you had just the one roaming camera had to follow the ball for the whole 50 overs.
Yeah, it was. It's a big old process getting games out from outgrounds, and we're just not set up for it really. We had a few IT issues on the morning of, and it doesn't take a lot to cause issues. But so he's using his feet there. He's Callaway. It's been really tidy, but Ben Callaway has been picked up in the auction of the tournament that we will not be naming. But
I did watch it. I now it is the auction thing. I'm utterly flabbergasted that Lewis Gregory has gone for, I think it's just 55,000. That is an absolute bargain.
Yeah.
Wasn't Thomas Ruin a chemistry lesson when he found out he was going to be substantially richer than he would be a few hours previous?
I think to be expected, but it's still a bit of a shame that he's not going to be available for the Metro Bank for Somerset. But
leaves us bereft of wicket keepers, of course, doesn't it? I saw Finn Hill was out keeping to Archie Vaughan during the lunch break. Of course, got Ben Church as well, who's been keeping in the second 11 for a number of years, so he could potentially be drafted into the squad.
Yes. We just had a message about Kent stop charging for their live stream. Yeah, I believe that all counties will be doing free streams this year. There's been some collective discussions from the counties to come together about this. So to my knowledge, there will be free streams for every county cricket.
Leicester tried a couple of games of pay-per-view as well, didn't they? And they didn't attract the volume needed at all to make it worthwhile.
And just going on the comments again, just remember also that we put the games on our match centre. So if Somerset are home or away, we'll put the streams on our match centre. So if you're looking for one place to go on a match day to find the Somerset streams, just head to the Somerset website, click match centre, and you'll see the stream.
One game that won't be live streamed, it will be on Sky Sports, England women versus India, 2nd of June. If you are a cricketer subscriber, as I am, their wall chart has listed that game at Chelmsford.
Oh dear.
Yes, so if you have got a cricketer wall chart just near where you are now, just quickly get your Tipex out. 2nd of June here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Are we still tickets available for that one?
Still tickets available. We've sold about 3,500 tickets, so we're just over 50%. Sold out, which is great. It's a fantastic fixture to have, a T20 against India coming to Taunton. We've had a couple of rain-affected games over the last couple of years, so deeply encourage people to try and come and back that one. You know, we really need to get sell-out crowds here at Taunton for women's cricket, and we do believe that we should be a sell-out venue for England women's international cricket. So. We've suffered a little bit over the last couple of years. We sold out an Ashes game in 2023 3, I think it was, but the last couple of years we've fallen a little bit short of that. So yeah, big message to anyone. If tickets are available from just £20 for a day of for a T20 under the lights against India. We think that it should be a great game, and yeah, we'd really like to get as many people as we can, because it's massively important that we become a sellout international venue if we want to continue to claim that Somerset should be hosting international cricket and international matches. Like, we have to actually prove that we're a sellout venue, as we see Tom Abel race one through the covers off Mason Crane.
Yep, Tom Abel going inside out through extra covers. It's one of the great joys of cricket. A lovely shot. Doesn't try and hit it too hard, just times it sweetly.
Ease through the covers. Always very strong through cover is Tom. Moves on to 84. I'm sure he'll be...
I mean, this has got to be tough for Mason Crane now. It is freezing cold out there. Bowling leg spin in March in these conditions is going to be a massive test. I think it's...
Yeah, it's certainly a really tough skill to master, and he's proven over a number of years that he's a very good bowler. Bowls are googly, but it is really tough and it's cold. Finger spin and wrist spin. So
he's a tribe there with the big snood on, walking from end to end. Half a dozen or so spectators there in Truscothic Lower. That's probably the place to be. I think that's where you're going to be shielded from the wind the most.
Yeah. There's very few opportunities to get out of the wind at the moment. But there's a few people down in the Ondarche, a few people in the Truscothic. It's a shame, really, because in the past, like, we've had pretty good weather for some of these games, and we've had a few hundred people come out. So the weather certainly hasn't really helped the opportunity to really sort of bring people in for pre-season cricket.
Just dragged down there from Callaway, gives Josh Thomas the opportunity just to help it on its way there down to the fine leg boundary in front of block 4 of the Somerset stand.
Yeah, just drifting down the leg side, wasn't it? And Josh Thomas, really quick, just to get down on one, pull that around the corner. It's still a quite short boundary down to that side, so the ball races away. Do you see Josh Thomas bowling much this year? What do you think?
I think he's a different... I think the 3 left armers that you've got, obviously Jack Leach is the world-class bowler and he's the #1 spinner. But as the 2 backup options, you've got Goldsworthy, who bowls it a little bit flatter and a bit more sort of a one-day style. And I think Thomas gives it a bit more air and really tries to give it a rip. So I think you've got 2 different bowlers that can, if you only just had one bowler, let's say one batter that bowled a bit of spin, the fact you've got 2 and they are different styles, I think he will sort of come into his own when needed. Might not necessarily be the bowler that you want to try and drive things up at 2.5 and over, but he could probably be the one that you want when you need a wicket and you need really give it a rip and try and get one between bat and pad.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he can develop that bowling. It's always great to have an option to bowl spin, and does all right in club cricket, and it'd be interesting to see whether he really wants to turn into an all-rounder with it, or his batting's going to sort of take precedent. And my hunch is it probably is. He'll get in this side currently as a batter.
It's always good to have that other string to your bow.
Absolutely.
It just gives you a little gets you up a notch or two in the thoughts of the selectors when they're looking to pick the team. Same with Archie Vaughan as well. He this time last season he didn't have a great start to the season, but the fact that this could be out.
It is
safely taken then.
Mason Crane picks up. It was a bit of a long hop to be fair. Tom's just, I think the slowness of the pitch is done for Tom Abel there. Really, it just sort of bounced on him a little bit. But, just have a little look on the replay. We will get there eventually. Speed up a little bit. Here we go. Yeah, it's just it's almost through the shot, isn't it?
He's almost tried to get it high rather than sort of give it a full-blooded whack. But Tom Abel goes for 84. Very well made 84.
Gone for 84. He won't. I mean, he'll be disappointed to get out, but I think he'll consider his day's work pretty done. Really, he's faced 147 balls. Was that 140?
Yeah, 147.
So I'm sure if you said to him this morning to get 140, 150 odd balls in the bank, he'd be pretty happy with that.
And looked fluent as well.
Yeah, he's looked a classic.
Not expansive, but he was never in any trouble. He was letting the ball come, playing it late. Who do we have here?
It's like Craig Overton, doesn't it?
Big Craig.
Yeah, Craig Overton walks out. You batted very well in the first innings.
Absolutely.
A few people mentioned around the scoreboard on our. I think it looks like there is just a little pre-season glitch. I always, as you know, my usual role in this operation is production, and the fact that the overs are ticking over and there's a W on Crane's thing suggests that there's nothing wrong my end. It's more if it had stopped, then I would be a bit.
I think they may not have fully ironed out the batters batting again glitch in the scorer's software. So if you do want to have a look at the score, if you go to live.nvplay.com, you'll see the full scorecard there. Is it on the match centre as well, Ben?
Yeah, it's going to be something to do with the pre-season setups of these games, I'd imagine. Like one thing we also look at is it different on the scoreboard than it is on the stream? And the answer is yes, the scoreboard is correct. So I think that for those that are interested, the scorer powers the scoreboards, and there's a company called Ellipse that power all the data feeds. So if you're watching this game on BBC or Sky Sports or Quick Info or our Match Centre or the stream overlays, that all comes from a different company than the scorers. So if you often see differentials between the scoreboard and the online scores, that'll be why. Question come in from FSM Dog. Same comms as last year? Yes, got exactly the same. We've named an unchanged lineup for the 2026 season. So everyone's coming back across men's and women's cricket. So yeah, really looking forward to bringing everyone back. Soph Luff's with us around the commitments for the Somerset women, which is always fantastic. Joined by a whole host of others: Stephen Lamb, Harry Everett, Charlie Taylor, Sam Darling, Vic Marks. Got Claire Jenkins, Nicole Harvey, Ed Seaborn. Joining us for some of the women's games as well. So yeah, great lineup. Really great people to have come and talk about Somerset cricket. So yeah, we've got Sam Darling, Peter Trigo, and I think we've got, I can't remember now. I'll look it up on my email, see we've got on Friday for those that are looking for it. Sophie Luff. So Peter Trigo, Sophie Luff, Sam Darling with us on Friday.
Bit of width from Crane as Craig Overton just square drives. Picks up the single. 2:59 for 6 then at the end of the 63rd over.
BBC, Jamie Jules said that BBC has JT Langridge batting. So, as we see here, Sunday
Probably
28th of
the
June.
two tallest in the
Yes.
squad, Craig and JT, but I think JT's got a good few inches on Craig. I saw him at Exeter Races the other day. He's a big old bloke.
Yeah, he is. Talking of Sophie Luff will be captaining Somerset against Surrey, Sunday 28th of June. So we've got our hero Somerset Women's T20 fixture. We're featuring Sabrina Carpenter, Olivia Rodrigo tribute act. Tickets just £10 for those that came to the Taylor Swift concert, the tribute concert last year. Very similar setup. We had over 2,500 people in for a standalone women's game, which broke the record for Tier 1 cricket. So
And I think you could have got another 1,000 if that wasn't on the same night as the men playing Gloucestershire. I gather there's no fixture clash for this one, is there? So
there isn't, no. But we don't have any Friday night standalone women's blast games. So Sunday 28th of June, mark your calendars.
My little girl Layla is already looking forward to it, so we shall be. I'm not sure Dad is looking forward to Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo, but certainly looking forward to watching Somerset play Surrey, which is well, we don't play them in the men's blast this year due to the reorganisation, but very keen to watch them play in the women's competition.
I'd be interested to see how many people enjoy the Sabrina and Olivia. And that's not my particular type of music, but I'm told lots and lots of people enjoy, and they're very, very famous apparently.
Apparently they are.
Somerset website said it's Langridge and Overton batting. Well, yes, whatever is on our website is also on BBC's and on our streams.
I think somebody said JT, as in Josh Thomas, and they got buzzers. Oh dear.
Oh right.
Bit of sloppiness from Glamorgan there.
So yeah, you'll see what happens with.
See, this is why we're not on the official commentary team, Ben, because we're talking about Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo, and we're missing overthrows.
Overthrows, yeah. Thomas moves to 16 with those. So.
Callaway then continuing right arm around. Just left alone by Thomas.
Completes the over. Slightly ruined Callaway's figures, those overthrows, but Somerset 264 for 6. Another thing on for the diaries coming up, Sunday 26th of July, Family Fun Day. Another fantastic occasion in the club's calendar. Sellout crowd came last summer, so tickets are now on sale for that, so get yourselves in early.
I think with regards to Family Day, Ben, the question on everyone's lips is the armadillo coming back?
Well, the armadillo was replaced by a donkey last year, so we're up to take requests for animals. if people throughout the season want to let us know what animals they'd like to see at Family Day.
Well, the only animal I think we want to see is the blackbird being sung after a victory in the Metro Bank game. That's quicker from Crane. Doesn't bother Craig Overton, who has smashed that into the River Tone.
That's gone a long way for Craig off the mat. That sounded really crisp. Timed it beautifully. It's the first sort of shot in anger we've seen for a while. It's really sort of gone after this and sound off the bat.
Yeah, it was just right in the slot, wasn't it? Into the hill just done, not quite threatening the canoeist, although if you are canoeing in this weather, more power to you, because as we said before on a few occasions, it is absolutely bitter. But I suppose attacking shots like that, sometimes you're going to need to remember that there will be times in games where you do need to have a bit of a dip.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
You can't just sort of bat time. You know, Craig spent a lot of time in the first innings, especially sort of batting lower order. You know, might need to come in, get some quick runs for a bonus point or set up a declaration. So it is it's part of the game, and you do need to sometimes play your big shots as well.
And it's immediately sent long on and long off back for Craig. As we see Josh Thomas get a single, we'll see the two Glamorgan fielders go back to long on and long off. So bit of a shout there for LBW. Just have a little look on the replay of that. Need to see it from the Botham angle to really get a good view of this, but just see the little googly there from Mason Crane.
Leg side.
Yeah, we'd need to see that from the Botham end to see exactly where that was pitching. If we could maybe have a little look at that from front on. So here we go. We got it. Thanks to Sam, our director. It's first day doing the full directing as we have a look at this this replay from Mason Crane. Yeah, it's just going down, isn't it? But it's not a bad shout. A capybara has been suggested.
Axolotls are something my kids are very into now. 3D printing them and swapping them all around and that sort of thing. So
yeah, well, there's a dog we can see. Maybe we just have dogs.
Yeah, dogs more than welcome at the Cooper. Well-behaved dogs, kept on a lead.
And not for T20 cricket.
Not for T20 cricket.
But other than that, you're more than welcome to bring your dog. Yeah, capybara. Maybe let's try and... If anyone knows how to get hold of these animals, by the way, any contacts?
What is a capybara? I don't know what one is.
It's one of those like really fluffy, like sort of... They're quite...
Oh yeah, it's a bit like, it's like a sort of a cross between an otter and a beaver and...
Yeah, they're just really fluffy.
Yeah. Okay. Very cute.
Callaway then. Still revert to the right arm, which sort of makes sense against Josh Thomas, but wonder whether he will just throw in practice a few left arm deliveries to Craig Overton.
Are we playing 80 overs to the second new ball?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so that's probably... Oh, no.
I forgot that. Has that come off?
Here was a bit of an afterthought there. Looks just like it's beaten Thomas. Maybe come off the keeper and taken it slip by Ace a try.
Just have a little look at that one. The thing with pre-season is the bowlers and players don't necessarily celebrate when a wicket does fall, so it's quite hard to judge on their reactions whether they think they've genuinely been robbed of a wicket or.
I was looking forward to I was expecting to see the Alfie Ogborn sort of palms up celebration that we became used to in Metrobank last season.
Have a little look at that. Ball, did it just go straight to slip?
Yeah, I think it may have clipped the keeper's glove.
But signs there are a little bit in the turn. I think this will be. I think Nick Pepper and his team will be really pleased to see some spin from these pitches.
On day 3 as well, and it's a bit of sort of quick spin as well. Because sometimes it's just been turbid. It's been really quite sort of slow and low. You just want that pace and you want that bounce. That's what gives you exciting cricket.
But I think to be in March and to see something for a spinner is a real. I'm sure Jack Leach will be really, really encouraged to see that kind of pitch being produced in March, because he will. There's no doubt that he will play on Friday. Even if the pitch looks like. The outfield, he'd still.
Well, they look green and they get better. That's you should, as Lord Botham found out. They look green and they get better.
Just about an hour into the second session now, so
yeah, I just wonder, whether we will see them take the new ball, or they feel that the seamers have had enough of a run out, and they may just see sort of them not bother bowling with the new ball. They may give the new ball to the spinners, or they may treat it like a proper championship game and sort of say to the guys, right, you've got to get yourselves up and ready to have a good dab with the second new ball. See trousers flapping in the wind out there. I'm glad we're tucked up here in the commentary box.
Oh, is that? Might
I think
be a
that's
few
rain.
spots that
Yeah.
have just come in. So good work from our camera operators.
Oh.
That's edge, just short of slip. It's definitely a little bit there for Mason Crane.
Yeah, I could just hear the pitter patter on our effects microphone coming through.
Just well bounced short of slip. Yeah, we may well be in for a little bit of a rain.
So don't
Doesn't
mind
look-
playing in the cold, don't mind playing in a bit of drizzle, but not playing in both.
Doesn't look too much at the moment, so no immediate sort of
No.
prospect of going off.
Spectators
But
down on Gimlet's Hill look quite comfortable, no umbrellas going up or anything like that, so I think we're going to carry on and play through.
FSM the Dogs mentioned about the Beer and Cider Festival. Yes, we've got Beer and Cider Festival 2 days before, 24th of July. Again, another sellout game that took place last summer. So yeah, really, those two. Be interesting. Somerset sold the most tickets of any county for the One Day Cup over the last 2 years. So we're really proud of how One Day Cup cricket works down here at Taunton. We're a showcase for the rest of the game. And the Beer and Cider Festival and the Family Fun Day have been two amazing examples of investing in the One Day Cup and really sort of driving it through. So yeah, for those that were unaware, we are the highest selling ticketed venue of One Day Cup cricket across the country. So we're amazed by the support we get for that, and it's, you know, we continue to invest in the products, and we've also got Friday's August the 7th, Somerset introducing. We've got music festival with Supersonic Queen and local bands coming in. So lots of investment goes into the One Day Cup, and trying to make it the best possible experience and entertainment that we can complement with the cricket. Yeah, it's been, you know, the support we get for it is amazing. So yeah, more hopefully some really fantastic match days to come later on in the summer. Callaway continues with his ball right arm off spin, and he's just worked behind square by Craig Overton. He's come in with some good intent.
Yeah, definitely. Just go back to the events, of course. We had not just the cricket-related events, but the darts here on Friday night, which I gather was a roaring success.
Yeah, it was fantastic to have something so different to have. It was a really unique thing that we'd never done before. So yeah, it was fantastic to see. I think we had about 1,200 people in the end. I was around doing some, helping out with some bits and bobs. But it was a really good atmosphere. Lots going on, and hopefully we had some good feedback. So yeah, hopefully people had a good time if they were there. You know,
I didn't make it, but I had a friend who was there, and he was sort of WhatsApping me stuff. He was down the front, and yeah, James Rue's quite the darts player as well as being annoyingly good at every other sport. He's quite a good darts player as well. He was up on the stage playing doubles with Gary Anderson and against Danny Noppert and Olivia Barnes of the Somerset women's team. Anderson and Rue were victorious. James Rue checked out 7, I think.
it was
2
fantastic.
darts.
Yeah, we'll be putting some footage on our socials over the course of the next few days. But yeah, James and Liv Barnes were brilliant sports. And it was a really great night, and I think that this is the sort of thing that the club's really keen to invest in moving forward, to try and to generate more interest in things outside of cricket. You know, we love, you know, cricket is always going to be #1 priority, but
And let's be brutal about the fact the club needs to make money, and you've got a facility available 365 days a year. If it's only generating you revenue for sort of 6 of those months, then you're wasting 6 months of potential money in events. So it's a kind of a no-brainer, really.
yeah, absolutely. We're 100% in terms of ways to still compete. You know, we have a great community here in Taunton. We've got lots of opportunities. But we have to think creatively to make to make it work. It's not always that straightforward.
Yeah, because it required a massive marquee going up in the car park.
There's no sort of necessary golden ticket of making huge money out of events, because we're not blessed with massive conference and events facilities like some of Surrey's and Middlesex's. But it's the darts was great. We had Winter Wonderland here a few months ago over Christmas. We've got plans for some other elements too, which hopefully we'll be able to tell people about over the next
Did I
few
read
weeks.
right? We had the World Spoof Championships in the county room. Is that right?
I'm not too sure, but we
Was
have
it the Somerset Spoofing Society or something like that? The old pub game spoof with
we have all
the
sorts.
three coins in your hand.
We have all sorts of people book out our rooms. It's a really popular space. We rent the rooms out. There's also, we've had national chess championships. We have boxing matches here. We've had all sorts going on but we're very, very blessed to have the facilities we do have, and they're great spaces for people to rent out. I had a comment come in on about Brian the cat, and unfortunately still no one's seen him for a while. It's Josh Thomas rocks back and pulls that one pretty straight.
Yeah, I've not seen Brian for a little while, as I didn't see him for much of I don't think I saw him at all last season, so hopefully he turns up, or she turns up.
We saw him in August.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we hadn't seen Brian for a while. He was spotted in August. What's that? That's really interesting, because I think this is a one-arm delivery from Mason Crane. If we have a look on the replay, we can't see it from that angle, unfortunately, but I believe Mason Crane just bowled a one-armed delivery, almost like with his hands in his pockets.
I don't blame him keeping his hand.
If we can have a look at that last one, that would be... Oh, he's gone this time. Classic leg spinner from Crane. Thomas is edge behind.
So second time around, Josh Thomas goes for 23. Somerset 283 for, I'm pretty sure it's 7 by the time you count in the retired outs and everything like that.
See on the replay, just rocks back. It's probably a little bit, didn't quite bounce enough to cut, but definite edge. We heard it on the effects mic. I'm sure people watching at home did too. A clear edge and through to the keeper.
It's a little bit too close to cut. Probably a dangerous shot with the leg spinner turning it into you from around the wicket. Another being that close.
Another little look at that one.
Yeah, he's just
a bit close. Keeper's gone up straight away.
Anytime you have to kind of move yourself outside a leg stump to cut, then it's a little bit too close for comfort. Who do we have now then?
Who do we have?
This is exciting because we genuinely don't know.
No, this is testing our eyesight, dear.
Jack Leach, the scoreboard says.
It's got an M&H bat.
Yeah.
I think this might be Mr.
It
Leach.
is, so just see the 17 peering through the jumper there. So yeah, it's Jack Leach who batted very well in the first innings.
So it looks to me like the scoreboard's corrected itself now. Would I be correct in saying I look like I've got over to 19 Leach 0 across the scoreboard here at the ground and the scoreboard that people will be seeing online.
Envy plays 283 for 7. The stream says 283 for 7. I think we may be finally in sync.
I think we're in sync. So thanks everyone for sticking with us. I think it was just the batters' scores that were an issue, but it looks like we're in sync.
So Craig Overton and Jack Leach then, who combined to pull Somerset out of a little bit of trouble in the first innings. Putting on a partnership of 97.
Kieran Carlson into the attack.
Sorry, 93. Sorry for the 8th wicket. Leach made 47. Overton 46.
It's punch. That's going to go for 4, I think.
Well, satisfying thud into the boards there. Glamorgan's captain's first ball is eased through extra cover by Big Craig.
Slightly short, and he's timed it well as Craig, who's into the 20s.
That was tossed up, that was inviting. I was just waiting for that one to come in our direction.
Just have a look at that, replay of that boundary. It's nicely timed.
Nice bit of area, Carlson.
Quite a few bowling options. Glamorgan, bowlers are they bowled in this? Must be into the 8th or 9th now, are we?
This is the 10th.
10th bowler for Glamorgan. So every outfield player's on a bowl.
We've not seen Eddie Byram or Sean Dixon.
True.
I think Eddie used to bowl leg spin, doesn't he?
Very, very.
I think he bowled a
fond
little
of
bit in the
Eddie's
Bob
leg
Willis
spin.
season, didn't he?
Yeah, I've got very fond memories of Eddie Byram's leg spin. I told him about this when I spoke to him yesterday. I said I want to see him bowl more leg spin. He bowled. You were quite right in the Bob Willis Trophy final at Lords for Somerset. I believe he's also gone viral on social media a couple of times for things that maybe not went quite so well.
I remember George Bartlett did. He bowled a big moon ball once. Or was that Tom Banton? Yeah. I don't think Sean Dixon ever bowled for us.
George Bartlett was the moon ball.
George Bartlett was the moon ball. Did Sean Dixon ever bowl for Somerset? I don't remember him bowling.
I don't remember it. But I'm not saying it didn't happen.
I'm thinking maybe like a Notts away game a couple of years ago where James Rue bowled, where Jamie Thorpe came on as a sub and it was really meandering to a draw.
See, that's a tribe come in. It will be interesting to see whether the new ball is taken. It strikes me as they probably will take the new ball.
Yeah, because this is very much a sort of, it seems like a meandering stage of play now with Carlson and Tribe having a bowl.
Oh, that's well driven.
Yeah. Bit of width, Craig Overton does not need a second invitation.
It's a long boundary out there, but the power of Overton can still find it over towards the Conor Atkinson Pavilion. Half volley really, and Overton doesn't miss out. Well placed between the cover and mid-off fielders. Moves on to 28.
Just looking for Sean Dixon. Did Sean Dixon ever bowl for Somerset? When did he join us? That would have been 2023, wasn't it?
Yeah, 23.
He bowled 3 balls in first-class cricket in 2023. Let's see if we can find those.
So he has bowled for Somerset.
He must have done, unless it was in some sort of representative game.
Driven again. He's timed the ball really nicely, Craig, since he's come in. Just lent on a couple. Looks in good form. Slightly uppish, but
Sean Dixon bowled 3 balls, no maidens for 1 run. as Somerset lost to Surrey in the county championship by 10 wickets.
Oh yes, I think
That
I
was
remember
here,
that
wasn't
game.
it?
That was here. Yeah. Was it when Rory Burns and Dom Sibley took quite a while to chase down a?
They took 8.5 overs to chase down 29.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
And I remember. I think I was Ben Green and Tom Lammonby opened the bowling. Bashir bowled a couple of overs, and then Dixon bowled 3 balls. And I remember kind of thinking, oh, why aren't we bowling Overton and Henry? You know, just, you never know, because you never know.
Just a reminder, Friday, it all sets off for another year. The county championship is back. Somerset taking on Nottinghamshire, first game at Taunton. Tickets still available Easter weekend.
Membership still available? You still get your membership for 2020?
Yeah, we've got
if you haven't yet.
White Ball sold out, but if you're looking to join in any other formats, we can do platinum, we can do club, we can do associate.
Even if you miss the early bird, it's still tremendous value if you're able to.
Yeah, there's still lots of options on the table. We see a lot of people buy membership after the early bird. It's tracking really, really well on membership. It's been our best early bird period for a few years. So yeah.
Menselman 2327. I agree with you. He has got a bit of Alan Lamb about him, Carlson, and that's nearly cleaned him up.
Wow, I mean, that was hit really hard for Craig Overton. He has really, really crashed that. And Kieran Carson has done remarkably well to get out of the way.
He can see the funny side now, but this was it, like a tracer bullet from Big Craig. And
oh, Jesus.
Well, I mean, technically it's a drop chance, so if this was club cricket, Carlson would be on the team money. But going back to what you said earlier, why would you want to be breaking a finger in a pre-season friendly trying to stop that? Discretion, very much the better part of valour for the Glamorgan skipper.
We're going to leave you at the end of this over. But thank you so much for Craig Overton. That's in the air. Not quite got all of that as Craig Overton.
It's a long old boundary out there, but even Big Craig couldn't quite clear it.
A few laughs and giggles amongst the players. To launch into that one.
What's Jack Leach going to do? He's got the short boundary. No, just plays that one straight back to the bowler.
Thanks everyone for all their comments on the YouTube chat. We're going to leave you now, but the full commentary service will be back on Friday for the county championship. We've got Pete Trigo, Sophie Luff and Sam Darling with us. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the game.
Yeah, bye everyone.